What's good, my computer duders? Is this not gonna launch? It will launch, yay! Victory. But at what cost? Am I broadcasting? I'm not. What's good, Short Talk? You know what it is. Time for the underwater sad lad game, which is suitable for me, being that I am one of those. Oh, it's stormy up there, not down here. This dude sleeps in his wetsuit. That's commitment to the job.
Again. Oh, what is it with these? Oh my head. Jeez.
So I got all the complaints out of the way. Can you imagine, though, getting up every day? I guess walking straight to the shower would be nice, but he could do the same thing if these were reversed. But be able to just walk directly into the bathroom and take a shower. That's the advantage of a cramped habitat.
Enough. Couldn't have been something soothing, could it? Did I water you yesterday? Let's say...
What do you mean water?
Yes.
Aren't those bubbles? Isn't this in water? Those are bubbles, right? What do you mean? What do you mean? Did I water you? What do you mean?
I should definitely fit some more reading in sometime. Not like I'm going to be having any guests.
I suppose that's true. Walking directly into a cloud of stank, though. Poo stank at that.
Never had a dream. A nightmare. Quite like that. It feels like my brain's bleeding out through my eye sockets. Okay, let's just get the day started.
Good morning, Stanley.
Mark, change username to just Stan.
Adjusting morning wake-up. Good morning, just Stan. I hope you enjoyed that heavy rock alarm this morning.
Not particularly, Mark. Not particularly.
Okay,
Don't
fix
forget, Uni Trench HR is here for you.
Nerd. I would have been fine. Oh, there's the swimmy bro. You don't see the landscape at all, though, which I guess shouldn't surprise me. Supreme Sea Lab feels. It's a big habitat for one guy.
In a complete turnaround from yesterday's reports, we're seeing signs of what is potentially the worst storm.
Turn around. Stick out your get for the Rizzler.
The next few days are going to be
That's me, the Aqua Rizzler.
There are procedures for that. Life vitals pretty exposed. If there's a storm... No, they'd have told me. Yeah, I'll be fine.
That's actually not true. If we're at least 200 feet down, we won't feel anything.
Better. Head's still hammering that.
Unless they've been referring to an LSB this whole time, which I don't think we have, because there's no umbilical. Ohio-issy, you mean?
Hey, Joe. Hey, in here. Clever little spud, that one. Let's have a look and see. Nah. Nothing new.
Why would there be? What is he eating? We haven't seen any food yet. Also, I have to accept this oven. There was a stove top in Conshelf 2, and given the time period, despite the fact they have AI and a bunch of stuff they shouldn't have, they wouldn't have microwaves yet. That's fair. Those didn't enter into common. I guess those started entering into the wealthy homes in like the 60s, didn't they? But most people didn't have one until the 1980s. It took a while to trickle down.
Whoa. Are we moving? God, this headache. Dave, you up yet?
I was up before you rolled your carcass into bed, lad. Now, what's the problem?
Just, checking in, I guess. Still finding my feet.
Little cat toes.
Well, I'm about to have my third cafe of the day, so check the mission board and call me when you're out in the blue.
Will do. And, go easy on the caffeine, old man.
Roger that.
What is he, Mormon? He might be.
Let's get cooking.
Gonna need geodes and plastic. More plastic, more geodes. Got a 3D printer down here.
Keep fighting the good fight. Need to know what I'm doing first. Should grab my task list. Right. More maintenance. Hydrogen generator outage. Okay.
Hydrogen. I guess that's acceptable as a power source. I was wondering what they're gonna do. Because it is a fact that Hydrolab once ran for 3 days, 72 hours, on a fully submerged, surface-independent hydrogen fuel cell. As a precursor to modern air-independent submersibles and submarines, mostly operated by Switzerland and Germany, which are fuel cell powered. Although Switzerland's are mostly, and Swedish subs are, if they're air-independent, are mostly Stirling engine powered. I should say propelled. If you think about it, a heat engine makes great sense underwater because you're surrounded by a heat sink.
Here we go. How was your coffee?
You know I always prefer the cheap stuff. Supermarket coffee, granules, huge spoonful of sugar.
A man of taste.
Well, it does the job. How was your night? Any better?
Not good, actually. Weird dream. Splitting headache.
Wait, headache? How bad?
Pretty bad. I noticed an issue with the oxygen system. About That might explain it.
Let me... Damn. Yes, there's an imbalance in the mix. Sorry, lad. I should have noticed sooner.
It's fine.
So yeah,
Should've
red
mentioned
shifted
it
light
sooner.
should appear inside the portholes.
I'm adding a task, high priority. Check the module O2 systems. This doesn't get you a pass on the other tasks, mind.
All right. I'll head there now.
Life mod. You mean habitat? I'll stop that eventually. One day I'll stop doing that.
Pressure looks a little low. Something's not right. I need to check the indicator lights.
Oh, turning it that clockwise help.
Pressure's still too low. An issue with the O2 cables. Looks like. Let's give them a quick checking over.
It's mostly acceptable. It's honestly more realistic than Subnautica. Although Subnautica has the excuse of future technology. Look, they redshifted the interior of the sub. Why couldn't they do that with the habitat? That's how it looks in Aquarius underwater. Come on.
Wait, do I have the keys? Ah, yes, I do. Okay, good.
Somehow Soma's underwater movement felt more like I was underwater, despite the fact that this guy can swim.
Oxygen flow disconnected.
Hold on, I got a cat cuddling me. Cat cuddle, cat cuddle. Why now? Why did you wait until I was streaming to come down here and cuddle me? You little potato. You little bread loaf. You little screaming wingless bat. He just wants to be held. Hang on. She's gonna grow old and die someday, so I don't want there to be any memories of times when she wanted affection that I turned her away. I'm really glad I thought of that with Jenny. I never turned Jenny away when she wanted affection, because I knew she'd grow old and die, and she did. And when that happened, I was really happy that I could say, honestly, I gave her the best life. And she never wanted for belly rubs or pets. Little Torb. Little dude. Why don't you hunker down? Why don't you hunker down and fall asleep? I got her butt down, but her front half won't go down. There you go. She's settling in. Curling up, curly, curly. Belly pettins. Pet your belly. She has such a soft belly. She's so trusting too. She was never a street cat kitten is the thing.
Okie doke.
So, turning it clockwise, oxygen turns off. Turning it clockwise again, oxygen back on. Confused. It's interesting to think how this could have been the future if Jacques Cousteau hadn't betrayed the French oil industry. They may have never put the money or time into figuring out how to do deck side deco, because that's a hard engineering problem in its own right.
Right.
There we go. That was the issue. Oh, she's smooshing her face into my hand. You little Torb. So someone's gonna name their cat the Rizzler. Why couldn't there be a docking port on the bottom? They really couldn't imagine how a submersible would connect to a habitat. So they designed this whole fucking thing and they're just like, fuck my shit up. Just fuck it up. Hold on. Petting my kitty cat. It has a ballast tray though. I gotta give it that, kind of. It has hydraulic pilings like Aquarius. It has what appears to be a lockout chamber, implying the internal atmosphere is 1 atmosphere, or if it's not, that it can be used as a deco chamber. Pet my cat. Petable cat. You're so petable. You love your pets. You little glutton. You little fat piggy. Here's the piglet for pets. Little Tum Tum. What a lazy cat. That's what cats are for. In a minute. You might want to ride for this. There are subs you can get into and out of while underwater. They just have either lockout chambers or they're positive pressure, like a sports sub. I appreciate it's on Earth though. It's like Earth Subnautica. Oh, she's looking at me. She gazes longingly for pets. I can't deny her. You know what I've been playing recently? Did you know there was a Great Guiana Sisters remaster? If you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't blame you. They didn't, but we can reach the surface. I don't see a depth meter anywhere. It's not what I meant to do.
Back at it.
There's a way to do first person, I'm sure of it. Here we go. You can't look around inside the cockpit, though. Boo. It's also locked to 16 by 9. Which it would be. Wonder how this looks on Switch. Oh, you can do different angles. I'm full of shit, turns out.
Must be the hydrogen tanks.
I give them props for this. This is one of the few plausible underwater power sources. Ascend and descent should be relative to Earth's core, however, not to the submarine's direction. They sure have a lot of, Oh. Hey, wait a minute, that's mine. Come back here, you little shit. Oh, it's plastic. Kitty cat, why are you licking my fingers? What a good baby. Oh, he takes stuff out of your inventory. What's good, Thunderclap Sasquatch? Hope that's not a sex thing. I got some history with squanches I don't want to talk about. There was some clapping that went on. It was thunderous indeed.
Shut tight. Did I get lost again?
What do I do?
No, definitely not this way.
Alright. Why have the door if it's just gonna rust shut? It's a really pretty game. Holy cow. I love Squidbillies, especially the one where the grandma recounts the story of creation according to the Squid Bible. And then on the third day, God created bears. Too many bears. It's just endless swarms of grizzly bears erupting from a mountain as if from a volcano. Just roaring and clawing at the camera. Too many bears. It is. Where is that from? I've heard that before. Saltwater is liquid hate. It's It's harder than space. With space, the hard part is getting shit up there, but once you do, it lasts forever. It's not just that it's saline, because there are metals that are pretty resistant to corrosion for different reasons. Aluminum, because it corrodes so quickly that it forms a protective layer, outward layer of corroded metal, which is a funny reason. Stainless steel or titanium, because they don't corrode, but they're also very expensive and hard to work with. You could always use sacrificial zinc anodes. The bigger problem is it's bioactive. It's a liquid soup of living creatures that would want to grow on stuff, especially algae. Cat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? What's your plan? Oh, I can get in through the tube. Yeah, but it doesn't corrode. I guess sacrificial zinc anodes are an easy enough. They're consumable, though. They require constant replacement.
That worked. What do they build these things out of? Paper and builder's putty.
Oh, baby.
Can never have too many of these. Looks like the heart of the operation. There you are.
So I'm
What's
going to
this?
say my headcanon is that this is an alternate
excuse me.
history.
I'm sure you're qualified to be operating this machinery.
In which
could you
Cousteau
just-
kept going. It's like For All Mankind, but for the ocean.
There we go. Don't call us,
Little
we'll
cat.
call you.
Little kid's orb.
Stan, whatever you did, it worked. Hydrogen levels back to nominal.
Yeah. Someone
Okay.
was trying to strong-arm the system.
Funny.
No idea what that means, no time to find out. Meeting with the maintenance department. A rare opportunity to box someone's ears. Head back now, no rush. Might be worth familiarizing yourself with the area. A whole boatload of interesting wrecks around too, if you'll
What a
excuse
cozy
the pun.
cat.
And do finish
She just
off any
looks up at
routine
me so
jobs. Is what we're
appreciatively.
paying you for.
Well, look who it is.
Y'all seen For All Mankind yet?
Bad news, I'm afraid. We went with another candidate. Better luck next time. What, you want me to follow you? This definitely isn't crazy. Following an octopus. Definitely not. Oh. Look at that. You're a much better tour guide than engineer. Thank you.
It's a show on Apple TV, which you can pirate easily enough, which has a great premise, which is what if the USSR didn't collapse, so the space race continued after the moon landing, because the Soviets landed on the moon first. So we had to keep going, and the money kept flowing into NASA. And it continues up through all the stuff they were going to do, and in the latest season, they're on Mars already. But so are the Soviets, and there's military tensions. Like they shoot a communist on the moon at one point with lunar-rated AK M16s, I should say. It's pretty kino. How far are you going to lead me away from this? I should go to my
About
sub.
damn time.
The way I've read about it, it's more that they overspent on military gear and missiles, but what would I know? It's not my area of expertise. Where did that fella go? Did getting into my sub scare the octopus away? Was he gonna go this direction? I guess that's true. But yeah, this is kind of the same premise, but with respect to the Man in the Sea programs. If Cousteau had kept going.
Time to go manual.
There should be bubbles that come up from the hatch.
Where's all this coming from?
It's interesting how much this is a retread of Cousteau's
Lights all
own
green.
journey. And
Ready to
the
go.
cause for his environmentalism, which was just seeing trash in the ocean. Wanting to preserve the ocean he loved so much. I can't shake the feeling that Octopus was going to lead me somewhere. Okay, the cat is on a mission again. She's no longer content to be in my lap. Or is she?
Shit.
Ah, fuck. She wants to be on the keyboard right now. That should have cracked the dome. But assuming this is at ambient pressure, which you'd think it would be, since he gets into the lockout chamber so easily, that wouldn't necessarily implode it. Cool camera. Oh, there's the octopus. You do have to follow him on foot, as it were. There's a big buildup about following the octopus. It's got to mean something. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this with the sub. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about your octopus treasure. Let me find a picture I want to show you guys. It's of a concept drawing of the next con shelf habitat that never got built. It's very much an iteration on con shelf 2. This is what the kind of shit we would have gotten if Cousteau hadn't turned all environmentalist. As you can see, for some goddamn reason, it still has a separated diving saucer hanger. I guess they considered that non-essential. Which might be why there's also separate docking submersibles that appear to be one-man vehicles, and also a docking elevator or diving capsule, which can attach to a ring on the habitat. It looks like a slight evolution on Starfish Lodge down here, with the lockout chamber for both of these vehicles for divers to get in through. We got some beds here. Got pressurized tunnels, interestingly enough. They thought to have one between this habitat and these other big ones, which were the production areas for oil. But they didn't think to have that between here and the diving saucer garage for some reason. Again, remember, the whole concept of Conshelf 3 was an underwater oil derrick. And one day they thought maybe underwater refineries too, but it never got that far. Anyway. Ah! Ah! Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. The cat just dug her claws into my back. Ow, you didn't... She was falling off the chair, so she grabbed onto me with her claws. Ow, that hurt so badly. Oh my god, that fucking hurt. Why do I have a cat? Ow, I'm bleeding. A little, but it's only slight bleeding. Cat jump scares. I shouldn't litter, should I?
Not letting this go to waste.
It really hurts. She's got such needle-like claws, and she's not shy about using them on me because I never punish her. Because I can't bear to punish my cat. Usually it's not bad. She knows, she understands she's hurting me. So she doesn't do that except in situations where she's scared of falling. I can't read your chat. Cat's tail is in the way. Is this what it's like to have children? This horrible little gremlins that constantly interfere with whatever you're trying to do. Hang on, let me show you the criminal. Look at this smug little criminal acting like she did nothing wrong just now. Hang on, I need the lamp working. Why does lamp not work? Lamp not work. Why not lamp work? Here we go. Here's the mangler. I'm still bleeding. Oh god. Oh. Fuck. Sometimes she'll fucking leap across the room because her... How to explain this? Her flap is in the window. It sounds like a nonsense sentence, but her flap is in the window. Like there's a wooden board with a hole cut in it and the cat flap mounted to the board. And that's... the window's opened. And then the wood piece is wedged in there. What are you doing? What's your problem, you retarded cat? What the fuck is wrong with you? Here, look. I'll fucking get out of your way for you. Hunker down. I love you too. I'm not angry with you. I'm just in pain. Hunker down. Hunker down now. She's still suspicious. Don't clean your fucking gross cat junk. You little shit. Oh, there's the octopus. What's through here? Okay, your feet are in the way.
Better not be a cave in.
She she would plant her butthole in the trackball just to get her poop particles on it. She's a fucking demonic saboteur sent by the shadow people to vex me. But what she does is, I quit partway through my explanation. So there's a windowsill, a long windowsill that she leaps onto to get up onto the air conditioner window unit, which is what her flap is on top of. And that windowsill is across the room, which is about 12 feet, maybe less than that, maybe 10 feet from my computer chair. So she doesn't want to jump down from the AC unit onto the windowsill, and then from the windowsill onto the bed, and then the bed onto the floor, and then across the floor, and then onto my lap. She wants to make a flying leap like a fucking trapeze artist all the way from the cat flap ledge onto my shoulder. The problem is that that's part of my body, and it's made out of tender flesh, which is full of blood. And she doesn't seem to care or understand. I guess I know she can understand when she's hurting me, because she always expresses alarm and concern, and she licks my hand to apologize when she does it. But the value proposition is apparently not compelling for her. The cost-benefit analysis works out so that she would rather just hurt me than have to traverse the whole room to get to my lap. I guess she thinks I'm a big baby, expecting her to walk all the way across the carpet to get to the computer chair. You think the Taeon will ever do the Abyss? Can you imagine the Abyss as a game? Imagine there'd be a lot of dialogue, a lot of walking around a small habitat and diving outside of it. Am I supposed to be finding something in here? Don't you look at me all smug, you little shit.
Nothing good comes from entering an uncharted cave. Back to the deep.
I could have had her declawed, but I don't want to be cruel. She needs those claws. She does get into fights an awful lot. She gets into fights as often as Jenny did, but she's not as tough as Jenny. Jenny was a grizzled old grizzly bear. Every other cat was afraid of her. Allball was more of a sissy.
Here it goes. A geode.
She can still hold her own, but she's definitely more fearful of other cats than Jenny ever was. Jenny just fucking ripped and tore until it was done. That's because Jenny was a homeless kitten. Allball has only ever experienced a life of leisure.
Well, now, I can use this.
But in doing so, I'm diminishing the natural beauty of the environment. It's pretty. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, Annie. It's me, a space alien problematic caricature. I don't know, boss. This is Star Wars. That doesn't really narrow it down very much, actually.
This feels like a bad idea.
Annie, don't get me in trouble. Don't cancel me, Annie. I don't want to have to go on the Alex Jones show. Why am I Jamaican now? Annie, I'm a Jamaican. They can't cancel a Jamaican. Is that the habitat? Or not? You just gotta remember that cats are valid in their own minds to themselves. They're very much not like dogs, where dogs are subservient and conceive of themselves as mankind's helper. Cats conceive of themselves as individuals living their own lives that happen to share space with you as a favor to you because you have nice stuff. You have shelter and you have infinite food. But they're not your they're not your employee, they're not your pet. It's like a roommate. It's like a grumpy roommate who doesn't do dishes or clean up after themselves. So I just guess it's just a regular roommate then. Where's the life pod? Oh, crafting blueprints. I can go for those. Oh no, Rick, not my hecking environmentarino.
My God. Fuel for the fire. Somewhat excessive packaging there.
It's a bit on the nose, isn't it? I support the message, though.
Plenty
I like
of
the
energy in
environment.
this.
Earth is a beautiful planet. We should try not to fuck it up worse than we already have. It's amazing how effective oil industry messaging has been, though. Their proposition is basically, it's just annoying liberals telling you to care about the environment. Therefore, to make liberals cry,
Systems.
actually, pollution is based. The environment is gay and pollution is based, and we're the only ones telling you the truth. And you can't trust those gay egghead scientists. And this worked somehow on a lot of people. I don't know if they sincerely believe it or if they're just trying to be contrarians. In every age, there have always been, like, the cool thing to do has always been to be anti-authority. If there's a main narrative and there are authorities pushing that narrative, then you gotta, to be punk, you have to go against the grain. I think the attitude is that served a purpose once, getting people away from bad ideas and onto new, better ideas. Now it's come full circle, and the new contrarianism is to agitate against good stuff. The sub is not running out of fuel at all. Which all they would have to do is change that icon to battery, by the way. Oh, there's a refinery? There's an entire fucking refinery down here. It's exactly like Jacques Cousteau feared. This just makes me want a subculture reboot. Yeah, that was Shell, I believe. They have internal memos dating back to 1988 where one of their own engineers warned them about what was coming and that they should prepare a legal defense and whatnot. and be aware of it. There's a fucking giant refinery down here. Building this much shit underwater would not be cheap. It's not as expensive as space. In fact, it's almost exactly 1,000 times less expensive per cubic foot of habitat space. But it's also not cheap either. Y'all ever play Subculture? Subculture was very much like Elite or Frontier. And there was a mission-based game where you could trade resources and do piracy, take on missions, but you were a submarine. Uh-oh, I'm stuck.
Electronic components.
You were a member of a race of fae, like fairy people, or leprechauns. I'm not making this up. The idea was that there are tiny little people about a centimeter tall who live underwater, hidden from human sight, in underwater habitats made out of
trash,
our junk, like Hampshire.
Treasure?
So the whole game took place in a series of tide pools.
All right.
It was really fun. It was actually really charming. There was a sequel for Sega Dreamcast and PC. And it's possible to get running on modern machines, but not in the right aspect ratio. So it just stretches it. We really need a remaster of both. Or just a remake, honestly, because the second one had really cringeworthy live-action cutscenes, correcting what they thought were the attributes that made the first one insufficiently marketable. Y'all know the game I'm talking about, or do I have to take another break and fire up YouTube? This looks like what a Subculture remaster would be like. Maybe someone can mod this. There's amazing visibility down here. This is much less visibility than exists in real life, even in the clearest water. There's 200 feet visibility around Aquarius, and that's considered some of the best in the world. I guess that's close to what we see here. It's not too far off. I gotta do it. Sorry. You little... Look at you fat little slob cat. What's EGS stand for? Electronic Gaming Subscription? Epic Game Store? This is Subculture. It should look familiar. Oh yeah, I don't I'm sorry, I don't use it. Black Widow is one of the two good ones, though. Unless you also like Berserk, but Berserk is just a very basic bitch twin-stick shooter, and Nex Machina exists. The problem with Atari remastering their own games is that other people have already done a better job of it. Why would you buy Berserk when Nex Machina is already on the Steam store? Why would you buy Breakout Recharged when there's already Shatter? Which came out back in 2013, by the way. So yeah, it's a resource collection and trading game. You fight pirates, you harvest thorium, you harvest fish. What's interesting is there are different factions in their own little underwater cities, and they have a reputation system. And doing missions for one of them makes the other ones hate you. It's really difficult and a balancing act to be... You can't be liked by everybody, but you can be neutral to everyone. Which keeps the maximum number of missions accessible to you. Like these are Proca habitats there, and your guys from a different race, I guess, called the Bohine, and you're just little gremlins. Let me try to find a. Let me find the intro cutscene. It tells the story better. You're this fucking underwater Jamaican. You're a tiny underwater Jamaican, though. Look at the video quality. That's how it actually looked. Remember, this was CD-ROM, 1995, 6. Every can underwater. And the can destroys your private home. You're one of the few people wealthy enough to own a private habitat. I'm an underwater Jamaican man. My fucking house. That's a big deal when houses have to be constructed at the bottom of a body of water and pressurized full of air. It's not clear whether they know humans exist. I don't see how they could possibly not. Here's the trading interface. This is the Beluga Basin. You know when you stop at a city in Frontier and you get a little screen you can do trading shit from or take on missions from? That's what this is. Missions, trade, launch, or save. And there's a fucking stock market. There's exchange rates that change depending on how much of shit a particular good you bought or sold recently. This is their flag. It is mental. And this did reasonably well, probably because in part it was bundled with graphics cards. A lot of people had this as their first 3D accelerated game on their Voodoo Banshee. But this was the sequel, where they made it edgier, because they thought that the first one was too cartoony and child-friendly. They worried that's why subculture didn't sell better, instead of underwater games always being a niche. In this one, the humans are photorealistic, and I hate it. If you thought that the weird goblins looked weird and uncomfortable, you haven't seen anything yet. So the problem in this world is the implication is that you're descended from those original tiny people, but you developed Stargate technology and you colonized the water on other planets. Which explains why the sea life is so enormous, in part, and also because you're 1 centimeter tall, but that wouldn't apply to other planets necessarily. But you settled this one, but unfortunately the planet turns out to be geologically active, or very volcanically active, which endangers your habitat. They all live in one big city now. I guess they're one world communists. Turning the frogs gay. Look at this shit!
19 hours, the volcanic field west of the city erupted. The resulting debris and shockwave have severely damaged our thorium mine. I don't need to remind you that without thorium crystals for refining into power for the...
So instead of being funny and charming and goofy, it's now photorealistic and dead serious. Graphics are better, as it should be on Dreamcast. It's a sequel, though. It is a sequel. It's very much the same gameplay loop, although it's more combat oriented. They just tried to make it edgier for mature gamers, and less charming as a consequence. I will say there's some interesting missions later in the game where you get a sub that can go out of the water like a tank. We'll stream this at some point. I just need to first figure out how to get this to run reasonably well on modern machines without being stretched out. It's bad enough if you have the 16:9 monitor, because this only plays in 4:3, and if you play it on a modern computer,
Dropping another load.
it just stretches it, which means on the 21:9 monitor it's really, really stretched. Dropping another load, giggity. A lot of the gameplay is just collecting thorium and... See, look at how big the plants are. You're still tiny. I guess because it's easier to fill the area with detail if things aren't small relative to the sub.
The dead female yellowfish need replacing. They're found in the lush green area centrally located on your map.
It's very much the same kind of thing. I really want to stream that at some point. It's actually quite a good game. But it takes a lot longer to get good than the first one. There's other things I wanted to show you tonight. What were they? Oh, yeah. I wanted to show you a Atari 7800 game. One of the only really, truly good ones. It's a homebrew. It's for sale on physical cartridge. This is probably one of the best games ever made for this platform. It's a labor of love by a turbo autist, who's also a furry. It won't surprise you. It has its own pokey sound chip, which every cartridge had to have because Atari was too cheap to put it in the console. This could have sold a lot of Ataris if it came out in 1984 when it was supposed to. Basically, this was Atari's NES competitor. It's also co-op if you have two people. Alright, evening until it wasn't. This shows what's possible on the platform, though. Mom, Dad, help. Congratulations! I'm the Misery Dragon, Demon Lord of Inconvenience. And you just won an exclusive invitation to my secret base at the center of the Earth! Attendance is highly recommended. If you ever want to see your disgusting children again. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got more entropy to distribute. Nerd. Why does he want their children if they're disgusting? Catch you later, suckers. What if it was just Dragon Epstein? I've kidnapped your children. I'm gonna fuck them. I'm gonna fuck both of them. You better come save them. Bill Clinton's gonna be there too. So this is a puzzle platformer, basically. Which, it's nothing special, or it wouldn't be on the NES. It's only special because it's on a console that had almost no good games. Until after it was dead. In no small part because it was supposed to come out in 84, but it came out in 86 instead because of a lawsuit. If it had come out in 84, it would have been 1 year before the US release of the NES. Then they would have really had something. They would have had a shot. It was pretty capable. This is the platform at its very best, basically. It takes some work to get this kind of fidelity out of it. I don't know why rabbits are the enemy. Why do we hate rabbits? Are these racists? Am I the baddie? It's fun though, it's good gameplay. She's twitching, she's asleep. Damn it, fucking shit. There we go, that's better. This is a cute, fun little game. And that's an accomplishment on this platform. I like that there are people dedicating their time and energy in 2023 to rehabilitating a platform that honestly doesn't deserve it. But trying to retcon its ignominious past to give it a better legacy. And then we can just all pretend that this is how it was from the start. It's like pretending there was only one Land Before Time movie. Aha, smart, smart. Isn't this cute? Isn't this well made? I don't know if this is worth spending fucking $300 on the cartridge and a recapped 7800 to play it though. Yeah, for the Poke chip. This is not running on the original sound hardware of the 7800, which was the same as the sound hardware of the 2600. Because Tramiel was very cheap, although he wasn't around when it was designed. He could have fixed it though, but he wouldn't have. It's like a Nintendo game. Which is the best compliment you can give a 7800 game. This probably would have been well reviewed and sold well on NES. It also would look good for the platform. Uh-oh. How do I do this? Well, anyway, you get the idea. I also wanted to show you that the Great Guiana Sisters has had a remake, which for that you'll need to just know what the Guiana Sisters ever was in the first place. It was basically knockoff bootleg Mario for Commodore 64. The Great Guiana Sisters. It had a kickin' soundtrack though. Get it bloopity bloopity shit music. So you just get taller with messier hair. Was that meth? You didn't miss anything, Matt. You didn't miss out on anything unless you were looking at the remake. Which, there is a remake. And it's not bad. It's not good. It's not bad, though. It's not good, though, but it's also not bad. It's got the soundtrack. You ever wondered what an alternate universe would look like in which we didn't get all the Mario sequels? And we didn't get Mario Galaxy, but instead we got Guiana Sisters, Twisted Dreams? This is what it would have fucking been like. This would have been the Mario Galaxy of our generation. It's crystal meth! Holy fuck, take it! Snort it! I'm gonna snort it first. No, I'm gonna snort it first. The meth went into that portal. Get it! No, Epstein! It's Epstein's Stargate! Epstein has a Stargate! No, he's taking us to the island! No! Fuck, I could have just ignored her and been an only child and gotten more Christmas presents. I think the cool soundtrack starts in level 2. Also, the whole gimmick of this game is dimension shifting, like Silent Hill. Seems to display alright in ultra wide. Here we go, the classic tune. And it's like Banjo-Kazooie music. It sounds different. She's punk rock now. It's not a phase, Dad. Dead. I like how the cave barely changes. It's really hard to make a cave look less evil. There's some bones. Water's unchanged. Mushrooms are a little bit withered. The barrel becomes a slightly different barrel, an evil barrel. That's pretty cool, actually. The dinosaur bone thing. It's pretty good. This was originally on Wii U, which explains why you've never heard of it. I don't know, they're reversed, aren't they? This is the one that should be in hell. She's the punk rock one. She's the Hot Topic one. Maybe it's like a yin yang kind of thing. There we go. You've got like equivalent, roughly equivalent powers. Both have a jump modifier. She's got the Rocket Knight's adventure ability. An attempt was made, right? I mean, you can't fault it for not trying to do something different. It's not very different. It's no Bubsy Woolly Strike Back. Let's get that out of the way. Oh God! Did you hear Atari bought the rights to Bubsy and they're making a new one? Another new Bubsy. And if you're like, are they gonna contract Nick O'Lilia Smith to work on it? I actually contacted Nick Smith and said, look, this is the opportunity of a lifetime to do some remote work. You need to get in touch with Atari. This could change your life, bro. But he seemed really reluctant to take the opportunity. I don't know why. I guess because of the change to his life. That seems like a match made in heaven, though, doesn't it? Atari Bubsy plus Nick O'Lilia Smith. I like the bouncing mechanic. I like that. That's cool, going through tunnels that way. She should puke every time, though. Explosively. I think there was a there's a flash animation of Sonic doing that. Just like Family Guy Epicac. Oh, she jumps a little higher too. And we made it to the castle. The reason one girl gets to be in the nice fairy tale land and the others in hell is because only one of them accepted Jesus into their heart as their personal savior. So, we're not gonna do we're not doing a serious stream of this tonight. This is not a serious game for serious people. This is a Wii U game from like 2015, 2016. I want to say Switch was out by then. No, that was 2017, I think. It's a Wii U game. Nobody played it. I like the music, honestly. I like the idea of Guiana Sisters getting a second chance at the spotlight, but now it seems obvious there's a reason why they didn't take off, being just worse Mario. It's just girl Mario, basically. It's not to say it's automatically worse. You know what I mean. Don't cancel me. Hang on, it's gonna flash my personal information. Any minute now. There we go. Wish it wouldn't do that. We also gotta play more Insound Mind eventually. Is that Fallout cosplay? Oh, I haven't seen you in a while. You're in the Upside Down country. What happened? It's not responding to controller inputs. What the fuck? Adequate, I suppose. I got mice now. I don't know if you've been gone long enough to not know that. I've been putting out interesting talking vids with AI slideshows, which are going to be AI video at some point. I've heard Cult of Lamb is good. I slept on it too. There's a bunch of cult simulators coming out recently. I wonder what that's about. How do I quit out of this? Okay. Why controllers stop working? Why controllers stop work? I've thought about that as a money-making idea to start a cult, but I don't have the ruthless sociopathy for it. I care. On principle, I don't like people, but I care about them enough, and I respect them enough not to lie to them. So I don't think I could ever do that. Did I never drink my fucking coffee? What if I drink a fucking shitload of coffee? What happens if I just keep drinking? Sanity effects? What if there's sanity effects? This is what the Mormons warned us about. Joseph Smith tried to tell us, bro. There's no coffee in that cup! My life is a lie! Everything I thought I believed. Just like a Mormon, actually.
Exterior conditions remain wet and cold.
Of all the people I've seen deconstruct their faith of their family they're raised with, Mormons seem to be the second most bitter behind Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses are the most bitter, I think, because it's a much higher control religion, and they get deprived a lot more of stuff like birthdays and Christmas and having friends outside of the church. So I guess it checks out. But Mormons are also pretty upset, because Mormons get cucked pretty hard. The church treats you like a bitch. To get temple recommends, you have to do everything they tell you, which is usually just a lot of free labor. Like coming in on Saturdays, or not Saturdays. on off days, basically to clean the temple for free.
All right.
There's a lot of free work.
Can see.
And you have to go on a mission trip when you're 18, which is very dangerous and unrewarding. If you drink enough, he starts hyperventilating and his heart stops. Does he? You want to find out? I know. Do you know Good Mythical Morning? Those guys who do all the weird taste testing videos? They're ex-Mormons. They used to both be Mormons. They're some of the most famous, well-known, high-visibility ex-Mormons. Need more plastic. The controls are all fucked up now that I got it disassociated from the Xbox pad somehow. Let's drink more coffee and see what happens. They do. They look very. They look like they look like SpongeBob. I say that affectionately. I love ex-Mormons because they're not religious anymore, but they were religious long enough that they're usually not degenerate. It had a insulating effect against their otherwise probable degeneracy, which is a good argument for religion, I guess. You can count on them not to be a plushy shark owner or a wearer of programmer socks. Which I had much less of a problem with before they got me banned from fucking every platform for saying that there's 2 gamete types and only 1 organ for producing each. More caffeine. There's got to be an Easter egg because he warns the other guy not to drink too much, right? So there's got to be something that happens. Maybe at least a Chivo. Look at his little butt cheeks, his tiny little hams. Little tiny British butt cheeks. British butt cheeks. They wouldn't call him that.
Too many coffees. Feel like I've stepped outside my own head.
There is a... Oh, that's lame. I was hoping for sanity effects. Boo. I can keep doing it. I love ex-Mormons. They get it. They're wholesome people and great neighbors, but they're not crazy. I almost think we should raise everybody as a Mormon and just explain to them that it wasn't true when they get a certain age, like with Santa Claus. So we get all the cultural benefits of Mormonism, but none of the mental health consequences. Tell me, pet. My cat has endless choices of comfortable surfaces to sleep on. She chooses the hardest, coldest table. What if he just has Alzheimer's? He keeps forgetting he drank coffee. It's like, I feel terrible. I should drink more coffee. Also, 2 sinks. 2 sinks in the same habitat. When there's spaces at such a premium, you can put scientific equipment here. There would not be 2 sinks. I'm a cruel and capricious god of this false reality. I wish for this man to suffer, and I know not why. It's got to give us shadow people eventually. That's actually my new girlfriend. Is the shadow person that shows up when I drink too many energy drinks. Haven't got my dick wet yet, but it's only a matter of time. She's got a couple of really good looking legs on her, good looking thighs, 8 or 9 thighs. She looks like an AI woman, like Hoomers would generate. And 9 thighs means 18 Virginias. We're on a mission now. You know what? You're right. I did watch the documentary one of you recommended to me. Hooter and Dave, or whatever their names were. The guys who went off the approved path on the Horizons ride. And took selfies with the mannequins and fucked up their foot. I should get more plastic. I want the O2 upgrade. No, shadow people are Santa Claus.
Let's go.
Okay, you get a different mall and there's a different Santa. That's because they're part of the International League of Santas. Okay, it's the same with shadow people GFs. They got a whole stable of hot shadow gyat waiting for anyone who needs companionship. Let me. I've got no GUI. It's probably not good. Also, no idea how to reload on O2. I only know how to play this with a gamepad. I really don't want to kill this guy. They got the aesthetic right. The aesthetic is down pat. Speaking of which, there's a game where you have a shadow person GF that only shows up when you're high on mushrooms. A large quantity of mushrooms, you're a homeless man who seeks refuge in a derelict building, as one does during a thunderstorm. And some kind soul has left out a full plate of psychedelic mushrooms. It's free for anyone to take. Look at the exhaust going into the water that shouldn't be happening. Because you don't power submersibles with fuel. I complained about it. I did leave an angry tism-laden screed on their reviews page. I left out some stuff I could have said because I realized I was the wrong one. Like that they wouldn't have a stove, because then I watched World Without Sun and lo and behold they had a stove because people in 1965 didn't have microwaves commonly yet. It's like, okay, fair enough. But I raked him over the coals on other things. But the number one thing is not understanding you can't burn fuel underwater. You need O2 for that. And you wind up wasting the O2 that you could use for breathing.
This'll work.
Only metal, huh? Where's my UI? What happened to that? I had a UI. I liked it. I'm not ready to part with it. also had a map. That's a problem. I needed my map back. It must be an oil pipeline. Because otherwise it would be restrained and not supported. Look at this Rolly cat. Can you believe her audacity? Who do you think you are? Spreading out over my fucking desk like that. Right in front of the business that needs to be attended to. Do you even care? You don't, do you? You answer to no one but yourself. I like that. Game recognizes game. What's that blinking red? Is that bad? What's this machine here? Looks important.
Fuel's almost gone.
Uh-oh. So now I'm suddenly using fuel? That's good to know. There you go. I was unable to find any more water. I should probably turn in for the day. Since I don't have working gamepad controls. That's fucking everything up. I feel like they didn't know one way or the other if it should have a lockout chamber or a moon pool. So they gave it a mixture of 1 atmosphere and ambient pressure properties, design qualities. Like, that's what happened in Subnautica. It's a positive pressure habitat because there's a giant moon pool that you surface your sub into, your sea moth, and also your prawn suit. So we know for a fact it has to be positive pressure. But then there's also a pressure mechanic in the game where the deeper you go, the more you have to reinforce the hull of your habitat. Otherwise it will start taking damage and leaking, and that doesn't make sense to have both. Those are mutually exclusive qualities. I feel like that was a decision made, number one, for gameplay purposes, because it's fun and a challenge to balance the two qualities, and because they figured nobody who plays the game would know the difference. They did the same here, and there doesn't seem to be a good reason for it. It can't be 1 atmosphere, because the only point to building a habitat like this is saturation diving. So there's no real point to having a lockout chamber unless the whole habitat is usable as a deco chamber, which is pretty sweet if true. Frankly. Seems like a nice thing to have.
But no.
Can I reconnect my controller somehow? What if I turn it off and on again? You know, it's too hard on Guiana Sisters. I like me a good... Oh, it works again somehow. I like a good side-scroller from time to time. If it's well made and it hits the spot and it's got good art assets, it just doesn't get old. I think because that was most of gaming for a long section of my youth, so I got over platformer fatigue, because fucking every game was a platformer for a long fucking time on Super Nintendo and Genesis. Lawnmower Man, platformer, totally inappropriate for that property, but who cares?
Reckon I've enough to put something together.
Arrow the Acrobat, platformer. Why? Doesn't matter. Why is that like that? Look at that. There's a long vertical ladder down to the, there's a long what other kind is there? Except in space. There's a long ladder tunnel down to the lockout chamber. Why would that be like that, given that the burden? Unless the lockout chamber lets you leave behind your diving equipment. Why do they think that that's how that would be? Why not put the lockout chamber at the end of one of the modules so you don't have to climb every time you enter or exit? Just for good cardio? Something I'm missing here. I'm trying to reconstruct what they thought was true about habitats. It's gonna be hard to do. People have wacky, mixed up ideas. They have like a mental model of how water behaves built from watching movies, like The Abyss or playing Subnautica, but it's not really accurate. It's just like it's like a best reckoning of how water pressure and air pressure behave. Like they think anything you put into water gets crushed by the pressure, regardless of density difference. Which is why a lot of people ask me questions about the Ocean Gate submersible, because they weren't clear on shit that they should have been. But you see that in games too, where they mix attributes that don't make sense together. Sometimes it's for gameplay reasons, and it's not that they're dumb, like in Subnautica, but other times they're just not sure. They're not sure why sometimes habitats have one set of attributes and sometimes have another, so they mix the two together. So they covered all the bases. There's a good chance now that we're right about some of it. You used to see that in sci-fi. Like B-movie sci-fi got shit wrong about space all the time, but then over the years, the public had a better and better understanding of what space was like, and that stopped, for the most part. Underwater is still a question mark for a lot of people. It's less understood. Go away, sharks. Go away, sharks. Fuck off, sharks.
Lime fizz. Huh. Let's have a look and see.
Hope it was worth it. Lime fizz does sound pretty good though. You know what I saw one time at a rest stop? I put into a story. Actually, it tickled me so. It was a energy drink. I forget the name of it. I made up one for the story called Ripsaw. But it was camouflage, digital camo texture on the outside. It's a cherry lime flavor, tribute to the troops edition, and it had a graphic of like soldiers on it. I imagine some kid who got fooled into enlisting in the military to go fight for the government in the Middle East, only for the pullout to completely reverse everything he gave his legs to accomplish. Wheeling his wheelchair into that rest stop convenience store and seeing that can and be like, thank God people value my sacrifice. Tribute to the Troops edition. This really makes me feel like I'm a hero to the public. After all, cherry lime is objectively the most patriotic flavor. The flavor combo. If it was just lime, it would have been a disrespect to Uncle Sam, I guess. I've been seeing that. That makes me want to side with Israel, frankly. It's working on me. they send them to my house, I might do a video for Israel. I mean, you know me, sand religion is sand religion. I don't really play favorites. If I had to pick one, though, I would take Abby Shapiro over a goat herder's daughter with a unibrow, who sounds like Balky from Perfect Strangers. It's one or the other. It has to be deleted from the earth.
At last.
Did they not know the word habitat? They're like, what should we call this big thing? Life module. Life module, that's it. There's also anime ones. I saw a military recruiter booth at a fucking Comic-Con. And there was a who's the cougar from Evangelion that Shinji lives with?
Put something together.
Mitsurugu Kugurami or some crap. She's the alcoholic 36, 7-year-old. Thereabouts. There you go. Finally. Misato, that's close enough. I'm the way with anime that these game devs are with underwater engineering. Yeah, I'm not doing this. Oh, you saw the same one I'm talking about. Where she was doing like an idol dance. And all the soul one of them was kneeling. I pledge allegiance to Misato of the United States of Evangelion.
Alright.
To the milky
Here
white
we go.
thighs to which it stands, 2 butt cheeks, and a miniskirt, an anime titty for all. Then again, soldiers are pretty degenerate from what I hear, at least more than they used to be. I've seen soldiers posting photos of like furry fandom shit. Would have been unthinkable not too long ago. So, I mean, soldiers come from the general public, so a lot of them are Zoomers who didn't have any better options for getting out of abusive households, which is a time-honored tradition, is getting away from your abusive alcoholic father by enlisting in the military. It's a quick way to get money and to get out of the fucking zip code.
Okay.
There's still one that's shit. But that can't be right. What's wrong with this one? Why? Oh, I guess I'll have to follow it. I like how much of my work is confined to this area, as it would be in a habitat mission. The whole point of a habitat is to facilitate long-term observation of a fixed region of the seafloor. It's one of the boxes you have to tick before a habitat makes sense. That's the problem. That's the answer. When I started researching habitats in 2010, I want to say. Jesus, that was a long time ago. The question I started out with is, why are there not more underwater bases? Why are there not underwater cities and colonies? What stops us from building those, considering it's cheaper than space? And one of the answers I arrived at is that it costs a lot of money to put someone underwater. It keeps costing money per day you keep them down there. And you have to be doing something that requires a person to be underwater for long periods in one fixed location. Where it's cheaper than operating there with a fully crewed support vessel. loitering overhead where we have to pay everybody fucking $10,000 a day.
Let's go.
So you have to be doing something underwater that requires humans that can't be done with diving bells, basically. And it can't be something that you can do quickly, like underwater welding.
Oxygen flow disconnected.
Why disconnected? Am I still doing this mission?
Done.
Here we go. There's still one more, though. I've been talking this whole time and distracting myself.
There we go. Let's see if that did it.
There's been some harrowing deaths. I think the only 2 deaths that ever occurred in the Underwater Habitat program were Barry Cannon and Dewey Smith. And they're both due to rebreather malfunctions, which is why I refuse to use one. Rebreathers are tempting, but unless you absolutely have to use them, for example, submersibles have to use them. But you don't have to use them as a wearable unit. There's too much that can go wrong. I don't trust them. I never will. Not as a life-critical piece of equipment, because if your air tank has an issue, you know it because your air stops flowing, and you can just switch to a pony bottle. If your rebreather malfunctions, you don't figure it out until you're passing it out. You lose consciousness and you drown, which is what happened to Barry Cannon and Dewey Smith. And they couldn't get them inside the habitat quickly enough to save them.
Look, I'm back.
Maybe they could make a subculture gameplay DLC for this, reusing the same assets. Calibrate oxygen mix. Calibrate oxygen mix? What do you mean? What do you mean? What did I not do? I don't want to believe that. That's scary. It's probably war with China.
Let's get out of here.
It's scary enough that I know somebody in Serbia who's close enough to the Ukraine war to be affected by it in various ways. Your Strider GIF. Would Singapore not be very directly affected? I'm an American, so pardon my bad geography, but I assume you're somewhere around that area. I don't want like the 12 people who matter to me in this world to be killed because of governments doing government shit. This looks quite like Helgoland. Helgoland was the German habitat. Won't surprise you to learn. Or Ager.
Hello, girl.
Remember, American geography is not the best. That's no guarantee of anything. Calibrate oxygen mix. Do I have to do that here at the central thingamajig? This is kind of accurate. Aquarius Reef Base has a gigantic oxygen bank sitting on the seabed, which is like 16 fucking 12-foot long O2 cylinders sitting on the seabed. It's I think 14 days of backup air. It's quite a generous backup supply.
Pressure's back in the green, Tim. Looks like the oxygen is back in order.
Okay, good. Glad we caught it this time.
This time?
Another lad was down there for weeks before he said anything, so he sod. When we finally got him up, he was raving, beside himself. Said he'd seen things in the dark.
Things from a lifetime ago.
What was that?
Nothing. Back to work. Thanks, Tim.
I guess that's good. That is comforting. I'm going to show you some underwater habitat autist shit. Heligoland. Helgoland. You go to hell with Helgoland. This was Heligoland. Looks like a German habitat, doesn't it? This part on the left here was not originally part of the structure. It was added, but it was not added while the structure was submerged. So we're still waiting on that milestone. They basically winched it up to the surface and brought it to a shipyard in order to weld on this expansion structure. When they figured out what America had already learned from Sea Lab, which is that you need a separate structure to be the wet porch. You don't want to be getting directly into and out of your habitat, which is what they were doing. You can see the entrance and exit trunk here. You don't want to use that. You don't want to track water directly into your living space. You want a separate porch, and you want to be able to seal it off, to be able to decompress at depth instead of having to do so in a diving bell. So they added that capability into an expansion module. It's like a Sega 32X for an underwater habitat. And they attached it and then they resank it. Here's a nice little 3D render. Doesn't look that different from Aquarius. But as you can see where the light's coming out of, that's the new entrance, which can be shut and sealed by a hatch so they can depressurize part of it and decompress in there, which is what enabled it to operate with only an LSB instead of having a loitering ship ready to receive divers in the case of decompression. There's various little underwater bubble shelters around here and here. Mariculture experiments over here. Cool stuff. Then there was Ager. Let me save this picture. Oh, here's an interior shot. That's pretty rare, actually. Those are hard to find. It's in a museum now, so I guess it shouldn't surprise me. They used to be hard to find. Are these new additions? This must be from the display installation. Very well put together. It's much older than Aquarius, but frankly it's better made than Aquarius. Those Germans are always ahead of their time, sometimes dangerously so. So this is the place where it docks to the expansion pod. I believe this is inside the expansion pod, or it might not be actually, judging by the position of this countertop. I think that's the same countertop. No, wait, it would be reversed if that was. You can see the hatch here, though. This is the hatch you shut when it's time to decompress. And I believe that hole in the floor is the old entry and exit trunk. Though it should be over like here or here. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. This was state of the art for the day. This was as good as Aquarius, but back in like, I want to say the 80s. Let's see how close I am. 1968 was when the first section was built. The second section was built was 1970. Nope, hang on, I'm wrong. It doesn't say when the second section was added. Let me see if I can find Hydrolab fuel cell mission. I can't find it. I can't find a picture of the fuel cell. This was Hydrolab, though. Hydrolab was a fate worse than death. I as much as I want to go underwater, I would not want to go underwater in Hydrolab. It was about the size of a minivan, generously estimated. Aquarius Reef Base is about 3 to 4 times larger. I mean, you can see from here. That's the opposite of what I wanted, you stupid computer. No? There we go. Could you not do that? Can you see well enough? That's a human standing there. And this is the lockout chamber. That's right. This tiny little fucking habitat, one of the smallest ever built, had its own lockout chamber. So it could actually be operated as a decompression chamber. Or it could be... there was a tunnel. There's a tunnel here that was added later. This goes over here and then up. And that has a ring that you can clamp onto. This was so submersibles could dock to it and form a dry seal. The only time in history a habitat ever did that. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what the problem was. I'll try to find better photos. There's some really great photos of dudes just chilling in there. It was the first NOAA habitat. So, oh, here's a good model. Here's a good diorama. This is the one I should have showed you. Sorry for being stupid and sexy. You can see how cramped that was. Like, there's barely enough room to stand and walk 6 or 7 feet left or right. Four people. That's generous. Four people will fit in there, as you can see at one time. You wouldn't want to sleep in there with 4 people. Although they did. Cat, you mind? You're right. You're directly in the way. Here's a good model to give you some better sense of how limited space was. There are submersibles with more space than this. This is just how it was in the early days. This was a step up over Diogenes. Diogenes was worse than this, although this was after Conshelf 2, I want to say, so they didn't have much of a choice. 79, yeah. This was 70. This was 5 years after Conshelf 2, I want to say. So they didn't really have a good excuse for why it was so much worse. I guess they were thinking in purely Spartan terms, whereas donors and the petrochemical industry supplied the money Jacques Cousteau used for his habitats. The money for Hydrolab came from taxpayers. So that would have changed their estimation of what all was needed in the way of living space. Yeah, this was still the only habitat to operate completely surface independent. The fuel cell provided oxygen and from its own oxygen supply, but also reacted some of it with hydrogen, which it stored on board as well, and provided all the power for the habitat. So there was nothing on the surface. And it did this for 72 hours, which was a proof of concept for submarines, which is what a lot of these were test beds for. The submarine technologies that were air independent. Aquarius Reef Base Backup Air Bank. I can't see through you, cat. Here it is. It's not as big as I remember. I remember this being a lot bigger. I think it's because we can't see it from the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tanks. But they're long tanks. If we can find an angled photo. There's 11 of them, though. And there's a webcam on there so they can keep track of it. This is basically just a backup air bank for Aquarius in case something goes catastrophically wrong. It guarantees that no matter what, they have enough O2 that they can still decompress mechanically, even if the electrical systems were to fail. Because all the essential systems that are life critical, including the pneumatic doors, the lockout chamber doors, can be operated pneumatically if need be. Cat, could you not? Oh, there's another shot of the backup air bank. It is smaller than I remember. I wonder if that's always been like that. I can't see through you, cat. What are you just staring at me for? I'm talking to you. You know what I'm saying. Don't act like you can't understand me. Here's the LSB life support buoy. Shockingly, there's very little solar power. The solar power is only for stuff like telemetry and the radio link, so that it doesn't go down even if the jennies do. There's batteries underneath in the submerged portion of the structure. This is a building unto itself. You can walk down a spiral staircase, or I think it's a ladder, into the submerged portion of this tub. And there's just a ring of diesel generators and fuel tanks. That's what powers the compressor. Not very high tech. You'd think that, given that they're doing research related to global warming, that they would consider that bad optics. I guess they have these stinky little solar panels up here that makes it okay, though. I don't know what I'm complaining about. This is the last one that's still operating. Here's one of the bubble shelters I talked about, though. These are twofold purpose. Number one, they're talk stations, so if you don't have radio or hydrophone equipped comms gear, which is really expensive, but it is available for like Navy SEAL divers, you can surface inside of these bubbles of trapped air just to have conversations with your fellow divers and tell them things. And also, there's a spigot for recharging your air tank. So if you're running low on air, you can pop inside one of these and connect this to your air inlet and refill your tank. And that's also what this white thing is here. It's called the gazebo. It's a backup base. It's two things. Number one, it's a backup in case like there's a fire inside the main habitat. It's a separate structure you can swim to. It's close enough you don't even need to be in scuba gear to get to it, and it'll fit the whole crew. 6 people can stand up inside of there and be able to breathe, and be outside of the main habitat in case it's uninhabitable for whatever reason. It's also the toilet. It's an outhouse basically. They don't really have. I'm not sure if they do now. But I think most of the time that what they do is they just swim out to the gazebo, they stick their ass out from underneath the end of it and they let it rip. And then the shit floats. And then fish eat it. Sometimes directly out of their ass crack. It's not pretty, but that's nature. Blast and Dookie is just a free meal to scavenger fish, bottom feeders who eat shit anyway. Back to the game.
Stan, got a priority assignment coming in.
Go ahead.
That bloody storm. It's shifted course. Blown a container ship to hell and back.
What do you need?
She lost some cargo, containers. We need to find out where they landed, make sure they haven't damaged our infrastructure. God help us if they've cracked one of the trunk lines.
I'm on it.
Training wheels are off on this one, Stan. This is the real deal.
Understood. I'll find them.
Steamboat. Anchor. Seems to be the easiest way to get there. Seems like you don't use fuel unless you go deeper or out of the home area. One of the two. It must have been nerve-wracking and dicey. Hanging out in a minivan-sized underwater habitat, sleeping overnight, when your life support and electricity are being supplied by an experimental fuel cell that's going to run out in 72 hours, and
Arriving in the area.
You need other people to be aware of so they can replenish it.
Containers. I need you to check them so I can mark them off against the manifest. Don't forget to let me know if anything looks damaged on our end.
Will do.
Well, that's not what I do. Where did my sub go? My sub disappeared. Where did my sub go? Dude, where's my car? Where's my car, dude? Yeah, no, if the air smells weird, you're close to death. You don't have long in a space that small. Oh, there it is. Thank God. Thank Poseidon. You joke, but even that many people farting in that closed space, when that's the only air to breathe, could be potentially dangerous. Then again, it also seemed like it was a cozy,
Coming up on the first container, 0384.
Roger. A shipment of Princess Griffin dolls. Someone's not getting that birthday present.
Dolls? But this thing is huge.
Welcome to the wonders of international shipping.
Oh, you're supposed to use repair pods when you're leaking oil.
Third time's the charm. Okay. Looks like it's shredded through some sort of pipe.
You're in sector... Okay. Okay, that's one of the main line. Never mind. On you go.
Going the wrong way, aren't I? There we go.
0809.
Toilet paper?
Toilet paper?
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper. Subs don't really angle up or down that much. They're like blimps.
Plastic bottle.
Sure was a cool idea we had to build everything out of immortal material that will never biodegrade. We're smart.
It's cold out there.
It would be. Does he not have a heated suit? You know, actually, the commercial divers don't use... I don't think they use electric suits. They might now. But so far as I know, for most of the history of commercial diving and using deco chambers and diving bells, they used hot water heated suits because they were less failure prone and less prone to electrocuting you. They'd pump down hot water through insulated pipes, or they would have heater on the diving bell itself that had a cable running to it.
Perfect.
Fuck, I'm hungry. Maybe a Rapture Easter egg would be nice. Actually, I've thought about that as a sequel, as a future Bioshock. A game set in like the 2100s, where Rapture has been discovered and is being scavenged and studied by scientists and a corporation funding the scavenging to develop consumer products based upon recovered Rapturian technologies. So Rapture is utterly ruined and flooded, but there's a secondary habitat built in a ring around it that's all futuristic and shit. Cat, I can't see through you. I need to be able to see. Why you do this? Oh, there's one in there. Can't see well enough to steer.
Checking it off. 1106.
Not on my registry. Or rather, it is, but its contents aren't listed. Something about deep sea research.
Ominous.
Cat, I can't see around you. Why do you move to block me? Can't.
Checking it off.
Why are you so oblivious to what I need? Come here, get my lap. Get my lap. Wouldn't you rather be in my lap? There's pettings. Pettings happen in laps. Don't you know that?
Next one. Tim, I can't read the number on this one. No, it's too badly damaged.
Because things were going so well. You're going to have to find a way inside. The number will be in there too.
Inside? looks pretty...
Look, I'm sure you can find a way in. Don't worry about damaging the thing. Just give it a try.
Cat, why? Cat, why?
Okay. Oh, hey, whoa.
What's up, Jet Set?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit! Got a runaway container. I'm following it down into the rift.
Careful. Don't get beneath it.
I don't have a HUD, so I should probably take my submersible.
Impact. It's broken through to a lower cavern of some sort.
I can't see my remaining oxygen. I pushed a button at some point. Oh, there it is. There's my HUD. I don't know how I made it come back. I can't fit my sub down there, can I? I can't. Not with a cat doing this.
I'll be back.
Cat, stop sitting directly in front of me, between me and the monitor. There's the worst possible place you could position yourself for what I'm trying to do right now. You don't have to be there. Hang on. There we go. There we go. I don't like to do that. You make me.
Contents coming out. Looks like the fool broke it open. Toys. What is? Tim, there's... Damn thing. How did this get here? I mean, this cave is far too... There's no way it could have gone. Tim, I don't know if you can hear me, but there's a wreck down here. Submarine. Old. I'm gonna take a look.
Grab it. Weren't you supposed to...
Undersea.
Weren't you supposed to get inside the cargo? I haven't forgotten the cargo container mission. I guess we're supposed to just forget that now. Oh, she's gonna be
The
sour at me.
displacement here. Looks like it hit the bottom with force. But from where? This doesn't make sense. In any case, a lot of people's stories ended here. A crafting blueprint. Handy.
Did I grab it or not?
Oh, hey. A crafting blueprint. Perfect. Now getting in here.
No.
These look like mines. The war's 30 years ended, and you can still see the scars. All this junk left to rot. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, this is the 1970s, isn't it? not doing great for O2. There we go. Reminds me of Subnautica quite a bit.
Pleased to
I guess
see
that's
me?
also why they did third person to differentiate it. I did, apparently I'm not done. Come on, I can get my sub in there. That's better. That's more like it. Enter the submarine.
God damn it.
It's got some damage now.
Should hold.
It's
For
better.
now.
It's the
Don't go
first time I've
anywhere.
used that mechanic. I think you can actually implode your submersible. I just haven't done it yet. It's like the earthworm, that one earthworm gym level down the tubes. Y'all remember that? It gave me fucking anxiety. Where even the slightest nudge cracks the glass.
Now getting in here.
Oh, hey, I could just use this.
Now getting in here.
That's where I got the one half of where I got the idea for Hampshire from. The other half was The Secret of Nim, which had an underwater mouse elevator. I guess the implication was that most of their living space was under a pond of some kind, or through an aquifer. There's a lock. Okay. That must be it, right?
Careful.
That would kill you.
Hasn't
Water
been in a
is
decade.
700 times denser than air, and thus shockwaves travel further through it and lose potency slower. If you were that close to an explosive going off underwater, it would fucking shred your organs.
Okay.
Good idea, Neon Hot Tea. You turned out to be mostly right. It was at the front of the boat. At least now there's some story.
Easy does it.
You gotta climb, I guess. It's because you do. I think this was made by the same people who did Beyond Two Souls, if I remember right. Which is really funny because Beyond Two Souls also had an underwater base in it.
happened here?
Don't be pussy. It's definitely not haunted.
I wonder where the other one got to. This had better work.
It doesn't work, trust me. There's a reason why sonar shreds the fuck out of whale eardrums. It does mean that you don't need to get explosive very close to the diver to kill them.
This doesn't feel right at all. This might be useful.
Definitely there's underwater ghosts. Think about Pirates of the Caribbean. They're ghost pirates.
God. My head. What's this?
Yo ho ho and the finger up your bum. It's insane. What did that do? What opened the hatch? You ever looked up what firearms have been invented for use underwater? They're nasty. They're vicious
Pressure
things.
differential's screwed. I need to equalize it somehow.
There are guns designed just for use by SEAL divers, which have, for example, sealed individual barrels that each contain one bullet each, but they're not regular bullets. In order to go further, they have to be supercavitating bullets, which are really long and thin, and eject a superheated gas out of the tip and the rear of the projectile, if I recall correctly, so as to create a bubble of gas in which the bullet flies. Or it may just be a natural consequence
said
of
these were new.
velocity.
How? Might go on from my kit. But this cave was sealed. This wreck was sealed. Is there someone else down here? Where is that coming from? Need to find a way past this door.
Yeah, supercavitating, super long, thin bullets. Also, shark knives are carried by SEALs, which are really vicious. They're a knife that has a tube along the blade. And it has a CO2 cartridge in the handle. And you stab the shark or the enemy diver, and you either twist the handle or you push a button on the hill on the hill. It's like a trigger. It's like a trigger button. And it releases the CO2 into the blade tube, which injects ice-cold, freezing CO2 into the wound.
Must be something I missed.
Creating up to a basketball-sized cavity of frozen gas inside the human body in the span of a few fractions of a second. Which, as you can imagine, is none too pleasant.
Pressure equalized. Should be able to open the airlock now.
It's a lockout chamber, bitches. Not an airlock.
Amazing this stuff still works.
Yeah, it's like underwater warp drive.
30 years on the bottom.
You can do rocket-powered submarines. It's stupid. The fastest ones are torpedoes, which go about 300 miles an hour, but the effect doesn't scale very well. So the estimates I've seen for Underwater Express, which are the DARPA plans for a 6-person Navy SEAL delivery sub that travels in the supercavitating bubble would be 120 to 130 miles an hour. That's underwater, though. For a couple minutes until the rocket fuel runs out. The idea is if you get discovered, you can beat it the fuck out of there and put a lot of distance between you and the enemy sub. And then by the time they catch up with your last known location, because it's very loud, so that they know exactly which direction you fled in and where your sub was last. But by the time they reach you, you could be anywhere in a several mile radius around that endpoint.
What? Hey, is this real?
Telepathic alien jellyfish. Is this the abyss again?
Wait. No, come back.
Come back, meth apparition. Let us breed with one another and produce offspring in the name of peace, and in time the differences between our people will be forgotten. He's in a suit. I still want a diver's knife, though.
That was...
I forget what it's called. It's like the Stinger or the Scorpion or some shit.
Where did it come?
That's the sort of thing where you stab someone once and they're dead. Guaranteed.
There's nothing here.
It's absolutely guaranteed to fucking fuck somebody up incredibly badly.
Oh, I need to call. I saw... Calm down. You can't talk to him like this. Ranting. Ah, I can't tell Tim about this. He'll think... He'll pull me out. Ah, my head. God.
Who is to say what is real? Perhaps you are just an Unterwasser gay boy. It's the spirit of the Germans who owned that submarine. Oh yeah!
Time to...
We no longer work for the Reich. Is it you, a sailor? Has the Underwater gay fun boy come to rescue us from our loneliness? We have a bad case of the hornies.
Dan, are you there?
Finally, some story.
Yeah, it's me.
What the hell happened?
There's a...
Is it seriously doing diegetic credits right now?
World War
Look at that
II,
on the right.
probably.
Saw screen for you.
There was... something else?
That's the end of the intro?
Slow down. You're not making sense.
Surely you're joking.
I'm
Lead 3D artist.
fine. I'm fine.
It's out of frame for you, but it's doing diegetic credits.
Yeah, here.
Actually, I take it back. They're not diegetic.
I'm just tired.
They're overlays. Never mind. I'm stupid.
Yeah, I'm just...
Look, we logged all the missing containers. Job well done and all that. Get back to the life module. Looks like there's a whole heap of shit.
Diegetic means in the world with you. Like when you have an inventory that's a 3D object in front of your face, like a briefcase or something, instead of being a different screen that you go to.
If you say so, lad.
It's diegetic with an E, D-I-E.
Don't go disappearing on me again. Bad for my nerves.
Triple word score in Scrabble. Impress people at parties. Pretend like you know shit about game design.
Tim,
What's that?
in the wreck there was a... I saw... never mind. Just thinking about... everything's fine. Heading home.
It's all right, lad. Whatever happened, it'll be all right. Stan, one last thing. Emma tried to call.
What? When? Wait, how did you...
I'm not monitoring.
Here's a fun one. Oh, look at the title now. Really? Come on.
Right. Okay.
Is that a bug?
Okay, I guess I'll...
Fuck you,
back.
Shamu. Eat shit and die.
Before I hit
No,
the sack.
not today. There's an alien jellyfish. Here's another fun word. Diamagnetism. Do you know what that is? That's the magnetic reaction of water, which is very weak. It's very weak, but it's present. So that if you have an extremely strong electromagnetic field, you can influence water with it. That's how magnetohydrodynamic propulsion works. Is acting on the diamagnetism of water with what amounts to a linear motor. You funnel water through. But you can also do crazy shit like levitate a frog. I gotta confirm to you I'm not lying. Diamagnetic frog levitation. You need super cooled magnets and a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, on the Red October. That was a plot point in that story. Although I don't think it's ever been really used on a submarine. A Japanese boat was built that used it in the 1990s. Levitate that frog. Frogs ain't gonna levitate themselves. Somebody's got to do it. Not because I want to, because no one else will. Because its body is mostly water. It doesn't know what the fuck. It's like rotating your owl. If you haven't rotated your owl, you probably haven't even levitated your frog either, you plebeian. All Chads rotate their owl and levitate their frog. It would be much cooler if it didn't take so much electromagnetism to levitate even small amounts of water, though. It's an extremely weak effect. You need really high power to do anything with it. Here's the boat I was talking about. It's a cool looking boat. It looks like some shit out of anime. It's on land now in a museum. Here it was in use. The MHD drive being used on a real boat. Which used diesel generators to provide electricity for the electromagnets and liquid nitrogen to cool the magnets, which they had in abundance because of their fucking maglev train industry. It's a very natural fit for those industries. Very natural cross-pollination, so to speak. Would make a bitchin' houseboat. It works. It's not that it doesn't work. It's just that it's extremely inefficient for the amount of propulsion you get versus just like a pump jet or something. There's better ways to move water. It's neat that it's possible. Diesel electric, yeah, but not while underwater, crucially, which is apparently something that the devs of this game didn't know. They surfaced to do that, so they had access to air through the snorkel. That's also when they exchanged the air. They didn't. Early diesel electric subs had no life support. Their life support was just the fresh air that was already trapped inside the sub was of sufficient quantity and volume that it would last for 3 days or thereabouts before it became dangerously CO2 laden, and they would just surface and run compressor pumps that would refresh all the air and also suck air in for the engines to recharge the batteries. We're not getting into the mood of the game, I don't think, sufficiently. It feels better than Aquanox. I still cry about how Aquanox turned out. I had an offer at one point to write for Aquanox, but they turned me down. Or I don't know if they turned me down, they just ghosted me. I guess they didn't think they needed a paid writer. And you know what they got dinged on in the reviews? I'll give you 3 guesses. I'm going to substantiate my accusations again. Here. They all say basically the same thing. Some are more charitable than others. It's just different language, but it's all NPCs you're supposed to care about for the end, but you don't. It's all because the game is incredibly badly written from top to bottom. The NPCs are bland. Even the enemy dialogue that gets blasted at you when you're under attack doesn't give the game any character. I think it was Germans who made this, and they didn't want to hire me to write for them. I'm channeling the Joker now. You get what you fucking deserve. Could have saved that. You could have saved the game, or at least you could have made it more memorable and less offensively mediocre with my writing. Had you seen fit to drop me a lump sum, I would have done it for about $2,000. That's what Honor Code paid me. Oh yeah, perchlorate candles get booped. The Soviet space program also used. I think there's a couple aboard the ISS right now. They're based on the chemistry that it goes back a long ways. That was originally thought to be, how to put this, some of the earliest science fiction ever written, like the one about the H.G. Wells one where they shoot the guys in the cannon in the shell. The assumption about how life support would work back then was purely chemical based. Was something like an early perchlorate candle where it would be a single use, non-replenishable chemical reaction that would just generate oxygen and absorb CO2. So that it was known about a long time ago. I think it might have been used in early submarines too. There are some really early submarines that surprise you. They're made out of wood. The history of submersibles and whatnot is a really fascinating one. I have been at it since 2010 and I still haven't run out of cool stuff to learn. I actually incorporated perchlorate candles as a plot point into one of my stories about the Soviet space program, where they have a secret dimensional travel project. Strategif, what are you saying what to? Could you clarify your confusion? Wooden subs, yeah, let me bring that up in Google for you.
A day. I need sleep. Yeah, just a lack of sleep.
Cornelis Drebbel in 1620. The first true submarine was Cornelis Drebbel's. See? Again, if they had life support, it was chemical based, so they couldn't replenish it. Didn't spend the whole time submerged. The idea was to do sneak attacks and plant explosives on enemy ships. This was in 1620. They stopped water ingress the same way a barrel does, with pitch. They would slather it with a grease that would get into the cracks, and you couldn't have barrels that would be waterproof, that would keep wine in, if you couldn't make a wooden vessel that would keep water out. It's built the same way. This was before the turtle, too. Turtle was much later, though. It was in 1775. It's like 60, 70 years later. I don't want to do the math. It was a nightmare, though. It was an American sub, so I believe, was it American or British? Oh, wait, was that... No, this would have been the Civil War, wouldn't it? Was this the Civil War, or was this the Revolutionary War? Exposing my ignorance of history. Here's a diagram of what the guy looked like when he was inside. He died, obviously. The sub worked. The sub worked. He was able to get close enough to a... I think this was the Revolutionary War. It was a British ship he was trying to sink. He did sink it, but he killed himself. See that little drill up there? That was for drilling through the hulls of boats, but also for affixing explosive charges. Which the explosive charge, I believe, is this... Is it that thing? I don't think it's that thing, actually. I think that's the ballast. There was an explosive charge someplace that he affixed to the ship, but he couldn't get separated from it, basically. This was the prototype Rapture, though. They didn't really fucking understand anything, though. They understood how to make something that would keep water out and that would sink or float as they wanted it to. They didn't know about CO2, really. They didn't know about the bends. They called it caisson sickness, because even back then they had diving chambers. It was literally just a barrel. They just knew the guys got sick if they went underwater for too long. And they came up. This was some of the earliest diving bells. Literal, actual metal bells. Which would pump air from the bell. The funny thing is they refreshed it using pressurized barrels of fresh air from the surface instead of a pump. So they would circulate the air from the barrel to refresh the air. They'd pump it out and circulate it to the helmet of the guy doing the underwater work. Here's the guy with the helmet, if you could call it that. Here's the fellow in the upturned. This one's wooden. It's got weights. Here's an ancient equivalent, which looks a lot like the air shelters we have today around Aquarius. And then it's a bubble there you can stick your head up inside of. 500 years ago. It goes back quite a ways. This is... Hamster is not a new idea. I guess doing it with hamsters is, but... I mean, this is technically like Rapture 1.0. Or not 1.0, like 0.001, excuse me. This is an underwater building. With air inside of it and portholes you can look out of. They're pumping... This one's a better version. They're pumping air down to it. So that you could stay down here a decent amount of time. This is technically an underwater habitat. It's just a recoverable one. I saw the dog in the scuba suit. Everyone was arguing over whether he's scared or not. Maybe a little bit, but dogs really trust humans. He also looks really interested. People were pissed. They were getting their panties up in a bunch. Dogs know that we know what we're doing. Dogs trust us. If they're right to is another question. I still can't get it out of my head that his bedroom canonically smells like shit and farts. Because it's immediately adjacent to the bathroom, and he spends a lot of time passing back and forth from the bathroom to the bedroom without necessarily going into the rest of the habitat. So the stank from this area, which should be unified with the wet porch, by the way, but isn't. Now you got the wet porch, and it's yet another module. Instead of concentrating all the stuff that's going to be exposed to water and dripping wetsuits into the same module with the bathroom. I'll shut up. I'm sorry. It's just clearly amateurs did the habitat design, even though they got the aesthetic mostly right.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hi. I can hear you.
Me too.
Emma?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Hi.
I think they had telephones in the 70s.
Hi. How have you been?
Yeah, is everything...
Sorry.
No. Go on. Go on.
I missed your... I was out on assignment when you called, and...
Uh-huh. It's fine.
I wasn't...
No, really, it's fine. It's fine.
So, how have you been? How's Surface World?
Good. Work is, hectic. They found a new subspecies of Sasteracii, so I'm trying to integrate that into the syllabus last minute, and the Vibrio parahemolyticus dissertations are, well, you get the idea. Everything's fine.
White people, am I right?
Great.
And you? How are you?
Tired, but in a good way, I guess. Busy, tired. Unitrench is still Unitrench when it comes to quality control, you know.
Well, good to hear that particular grudge remains justified.
Yeah. So, did you get my message?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I'm worried, Stan, about you.
No, I don't want you to.
This isn't healthy. It's been 3 years.
Don't.
I love you and I miss you, but hiding yourself away won't...
No, please, just...
And you're not the only one who's suffering. But we can't live there anymore. Back there. I need you with me here. Now.
I am with you. I mean... I want to be. But I told you, I still need time.
Time to what, Stan? Because as far as I can see, you're just treading water.
Oh, water. She said the thing.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset. I just... Look, I heard there was a storm coming, and I wanted to try and reach you.
Needs better facial
What?
animation to do a dramatic
can't-
story.
Emma?
He looks like an animatronic.
The line's going.
Also
I
awkwardly written.
don't want to lose another part of my family to that company.
Fuck! She can be so... why can't she just have a little faith in me?
Maybe because you're a psychopath who sleeps in your wetsuit. Stan, do you ever think of that? You know what we need right now before bed is a nice soothing cup of coffee. That'll really put me down for the count. That's what coffee is for, right? He's tweaking out because you know, you know why he's like that? I forced him to drink like 15 cups of coffee earlier. That's why he saw the hallucination in the submarine. What if that was true? What if you only see that cutscene if you drink 15 cups of coffee? He would be pissing white hot magma and sulfuric acid by this point. He'd have so many ulcers. Drink that shit. Ooh, yeah, you like that. You too good for your nectar of the gods. You too good for the elixir of life and knowledge. This really matters, though. Not just for underwater, but for space. It's not pleasant to live inside of a container. And that's what it is. Like, you can make it look pleasant and homey, but it's a container. You're living in a tin can. And every little thing you can do to shift the experience away from living in a tin can and make it seem like something other than what it is has huge benefits to mental health that are compounding, because if you're going to be there for years at a time, you want to front load as much psychologically comforting design attributes as you possibly can, which is why it's important to make really good use of space, to test it while on Earth for ergonomics, so there isn't some maddeningly annoying design flaw that, like, you bump your head on something every time you get out of a chair or whatever. Stuff like that sounds like trivial issues, but this is stuff NASA puts millions of dollars into researching just so we get everything as right as it can be before we send astronauts to live on the moon in a space not much larger than a minivan. I don't know if you've seen the interior renders of Artemis Base Camp Habitat. It's not large. It's 2 stories. And each story is like 15 feet across. So that's not a lot to work with. So when you have to... You don't have a lot of space to work with. You have to optimize the fuck out of the space you do have. We're talking about like Hydrolab levels of cramped here. Which is why you don't have anything that's redundant. So you wouldn't have this whole lab area that's just nothing. It's just storage that's got a couple crates. This would be jam-packed with stuff. This would be on the outside, unless it had to be accessible from the inside. You wouldn't have 2 sinks. There would be shelving units all around here to make use of this interior volume. There would be 1 sink. This would probably be one and the same with the wet porch. Like, you would have a... You'd have the bathroom area. You wouldn't have this here. The bathroom would be at the end of this module. It would have the only sink in the habitat unless it was necessary for cooking, in which case you might have 2 sinks. There might be a small kitchenette sink if it's a significant walk. But you swap the location of these 2 things. The moisture barrier is accurate. Then you have a moon pool at the end over here, like you saw in Conshelf 2. In Conshelf 2, the shower and toilet were in this. Remember we're in the same module as the moon pool and the storage of wet diving gear. And what was in between the wet porch module and the rest of the habitat? It was a vinyl curtain, wasn't it? Because shit like mold will grow and anywhere and there's enough humidity, warmth and humidity. You have a really tough time if you don't take steps to confine moisture and humidity to a single module so it's easier to keep clean. Especially if that's also where you shit and piss. And it's an enclosed environment where it doesn't get fresh air running through it as much as you would on the surface. So where his bed is where the moon pool would be, and there would be a step ladder coming up out of the water. and there would be an airlock between here and the rest of the habitat because you'd want to seal off the moon pool from the rest of the habitat in case you're using your habitat as a decompression chamber. Then you would have maybe a bedroom or a kitchen area, probably kitchen, to simplify running the lines for fresh water. Because if you're going to have all your water usage be in most of it be in the wet porch, you'd also want to put the other sink next to it. So you'd have the kitchen over here, and you'd have the bedroom in a different module. Because you don't want to track water. You want to be very dry by the time you get to your bedding area, because that's where water soaks in and is going to grow mold or something if you don't keep it as dry as you possibly can. Probably the kitchen would occupy half as much space as it does here. Look at how big everything is. A kitchenette could be crushed down to half the size of this module, and the other half could be the bedroom. You would still want a moisture barrier because moisture comes out of things as you cook them. So picture his bed right here. Picture a half-size kitchenette up to about here, midpoint. You don't need all the space to cook anything. These trash things could simply go in the corner over here. The whole opposite side of this module is unused by anything. You just take these, put them over here, then you have enough space to compress the kitchenette down to half the size of the module, and you have a whole other half module space to do with what you please, probably the bedroom. Well, having a lot of storage, that's actually reasonable. If it were optimized for storage, which it's not. There would be a lot more modular shelving and pull-down shelving units and whatnot. This would not be here. You would maybe have a docking collar for either a submarine here, if at all, or for an escape capsule like La Chalupa, formerly, Jules, formerly La Chalupa.
Where the other one got to?
Had two of them for redundancy in case one of them failed. They would not just be sitting around like this, they would be on shelves. Half of this could be storage. Half of this would be plenty for storage for one person. The other half could be hydroponics or aquaponics for fresh fruits and vegetables, which he has some of, but it's just not a lot of thought was put into this compared to what could have been. They probably thought it was very well thought out. You get a microwave, ideally, because microwave contains the fumes.
That's cold. And I miss.
It's a lot of remodeling they could do to make better use of space,
Time to
to maximize its utility. This is why they should have consulted me.
Back here.
Come and suck my penis, jellyfish. Don't use your many stingers, jellyfish.
Fine. What are you? Hey, come back. What are you doing?
Oh, it's look who it is. Come on, Pearl, really?
My Pearl, what are you doing down here? Oh, my sweet Pearl. Daddy loves you very much.
Day 3 to day 14 makes sense. At least I got the aesthetic closer to right than Selma did. Listen, okay, somebody's got to test the effects of caffeine on the human body. fuck, it's like I drank 20 cups of coffee. Oh, my bladder.
Oh, okay. Today's
Take
good
a
day.
shit.
The big one. Coffee.
On camera.
Yes.
I haven't seen him bathe yet.
Mandatory. Ah, my happy place.
You say that, but I've never seen you use it. Get nude. Show off them cheeks.
Unitrench branded paracetamol.
Take the pills. Eat the pills. They could have at least included a Happy Cake oven as a reference. That would have made the little Redditor inside me happy. The tiny 2-inch tall Redditor I imprisoned inside of my guts.
Need to change things up a little tonight. Chili con carne.
Not if you don't want braps. You want braps? That's how you get braps.
Just need to clean. No, it's fine.
That's depression, bro. What if I did this every day and forced him to... What if there's a Chivo for making him OD on coffee every day? What if there's a different ending for doing that?
Who knew I'd meet the love of my life down here? Sorry, Emma.
Bubble Crisp, oh, that's cute. You want to watch a really funny dated movie from the 60s or 70s, if I recall, that was based on the Jacques Cousteau habitat experiments? Basically, it assumed that everybody would be living underwater in the future. It's, I think, the inspiration for Jabberjaw.
Has to be tested? Is there something wrong with it? It's going to fall down?
No,
or
the
something?
family has to be tested. Their reactions to the modern conveniences.
Where is this house?
It's built on a foundation of solid rock, about 90 feet
About 90 feet. What?
underwater.
Underwater! Underwater? Then I don't like the neighborhood.
Really grabs you here, doesn't it?
Well, say one thing, Mr. Miller. It really turns me off.
Thank you, Marvin.
You want me to act like a fish? All right, I will. A cold fish. Glub, glub.
I hope you like the musical sections. It's going way too fucking long. I swear to God, there's like a 6 or 7 minute long song sequence where it's just the same lyrics over and over.
Secret weapon.
I gotta say the 60s fashions look great on the women though. Holy cow. Her hair looks like $1,000,000. Look at that. I gotta bring that back.
Hello, Mr. President. Sir, the entire fleet is steaming onto station.
God damn, look at how good she looks. We gotta bring them back 1960s fashions and women. More of the song sequences. It's a fun movie. It's a bit goofy. They've got, I think, 2 or 3 original songs that they play throughout the movie, and you'll be begging for either death or for the song to end, like 1 minute in.
Hey, little goldfish, where you going to? Little goldfish, let me swim along with you. Pretty goldfish, we could have a whale of a time. Put your fin in mine.
It's a really cleverly designed set, too. It does a good job. I think it's just undulating fabric and blue lights behind most of the windows, which are translucent but not transparent, specifically because they couldn't afford to surround the entire set with an aquarium. And then they have one main aquarium in front of this porthole, which isn't part of the rest of the windows for some reason. You're not meant to question that. And they have just a backlit blue background for it. I think the best you could have done under the circumstances. It's a fun movie. You should torrent it. It's definitely got the same vibe as this game. Hey little goldfish, where are you going to? Hey where you goldfish, please don't eat my poo out of my ass crack, 'cause I'm an Aquarius reef base.
Wicked currents.
Don't get in my face.
Yeah. Structure
Swimming to the gazebo, slipping down my trunks, sticking my ass out so I can take some dumps. Please don't eat my ass, little goldfish, no matter how you're tempted to. Don't eat my poo.
Let's see what's on today's menu.
Do it.
Tim. Come in, Tim.
Morning. Was just about to call. You need to.
Way ahead of you. Picked up the missions. Ready to go.
Good man. I'm sorry, Stan. I'm going to have to leave you. Big meeting coming up. Something about the production lines.
Roger that. Good luck. Out.
Yep. Bye for now. No, I'm coming. I said.
You got the iconic beanie. It's definitely the Zissou look. The more I play games in settings like this, the more I second guess the feasibility of underwater colonies. Is this something really everybody could stand doing? Like large populations of people? Even if you could afford to build the structure, how many people can you have living in spaces that are only this wide? That are connected by corridors? You can't have children and elderly people. You can't fucking expect grandma to decompress. You can't expect grandma and grandpa to pop their ears on the way down. It has to be Disneyfied. It has to be streamlined. It has to be made idiot-proof. Which reminds me, there's been some underwater activity in the, activity in the underwater habitat field. This is a real habitat concept under consideration to be constructed by the UK to basically do what America already does with Nemo, the Nemo program, which they train astronauts aboard Aquarius Reef Base. Europe wants their own, but for cheaper, where it's a single-piece habitat. It's relocatable. It's currently scheduled to be tested in a flooded quarry when they build it. This is a really bad design, though. Vertical multi-story designs aren't good for habitats because it creates a pressure gradient where it's the same air pressure everywhere inside, because the air pressure gradient is much more gradual than the water pressure gradient. But that creates significant differences in pressure between the top and the bottom outside, even though it's a positive pressure structure. This is the prototype, which they actually did, to their credit, they actually built this one. it's the underwater cuck shed, the Coomer pod. That's what it looks like. They built it and they submerged it. I don't know why, just to show that they could. Yeah, I'm jacking my penis in here and you can't stop me. This is the saddest. If they didn't want people to call it an underwater cuck shed, they shouldn't have released this render. It doesn't even look that nice inside the finished version, which I guess we shouldn't expect it on a shoestring budget. I guess it's enough for camping. I don't know how you shit though. How do you shit? You have to like hunch over or? But this space here and here is for weights. Even this amount of air is burdensome to sink. Look at all that weight. Look at all the cement blocks needed just to sink this one capsule. And these tanks up here are for ballast so that they can raise it to the surface as needed. So it functions like a submarine without any propulsion. And then individually leveling legs, which is necessary to adapt it to an uneven seafloor. Here's what they want to build. This is aspirational. It's never going to happen. It hurts my heart to admit that this will never get built. I shouldn't say never. I should never say never. But let me say there's no what's good? There's no economic rationale to build a habitat this expansive. It's one atmosphere also, so the only point, as I've said in the past. Oh, I haven't shown you any of what I thought I did. I was trying to show you this habitat that's been proposed to the British government as a means of testing astronauts like Nemo. I didn't realize I was on BRB. So this is the multi-story design I was talking about, which is not wise. I like the bubble cupola up here. Here's the one they built, the cuck shed. You'll see why I thought it was funny in a minute. Here's a render. They tested it like 33 feet underwater, which is not far. Looks comfy enough for a coffin. I don't know why they made the windows like this instead of just one big bubble. Would have been simpler to weld. At least it's a nice big one. I'm so glad that my wife's bull bought me this Nintendo Switch to play my Bing Bing Wahoo on while they're having their adult fun time in the bedroom. I can't wait to brag to Reddit about it tomorrow. This is the future liberals want. Every cisgender hetero white male confined to his underwater cuck pod eating the bug burger. Although if it's underwater bugs, I don't have any problem with it. It looks pretty comfy to me. And besides which, crab and lobster are kino. Culinary kino. This is the interesting... It is horrifying. Here's what they want to build. This is the proof of concept they could afford to build. It is horrifying, though, I agree. It's just a proof of concept that they know how to build the structures they claim they can. Here's what they want to build. Which is a modular, infinitely expandable network of underwater pressure chambers, basically, that can be operated at 1 atmosphere or positive pressure. The problem is with this is the same problem with spin gravity space stations. The only thing we can do that's economically or scientifically valuable in space right now has to do with microgravity. So if you design a space station that defeats microgravity, it also defeats its own rationale for existing. I like the thought given to interior design though. This makes really good use of the interior volume. The split level design. Here's the upper level. It's pretty well thought out. I like the mid-level staircase. Using that platforms. They could have also just extended this platform to make... Then I guess since it's close to the end of the capsule, they wouldn't have had as much vertical room. I don't know. There's arguments for and against. Certainly looks credible. Looks like something that could be built. Hard to talk an engineer into this many windows. It looks like $1 million though, holy shit. It's at deep.com if you want to see their other schematics. And it's another one of these such and such companies planning to build this. Planning means soliciting investment. Not that anything will actually get built. At least it's credible. We talked on last year about how stupid some of these concepts are, like the Japanese Spiral City or Hydro City Sphere, whatever it is. This is actually designed like something that could be constructed and that would be pressure proof. Everything is the shapes that it needs to be. Everything's equidistant portholes. Everything's connected by pylons to what presumably is the ballast tray. It's designed how it would need to be if they were really going to build it. That's no guarantee they will, but it is at least reassurance that it could be constructed. I think we're not going to get this. I think we're going to get we might get Proteus. We'll be lucky if we do. This is a pipe dream, but it's a very, very sexy pipe dream that makes my wiener hard. Here's the moon pool over here. It's interesting that for a habitat this size, they didn't bother to make it possible to surface this submersible, which Proteus does have. I wonder why. Did they not think of that, or is there maybe another section that's meant for like one of these is actually meant for docking to a submersible's top hatch or some shit like that? I don't know. It's hard to say without more information. Anyway, that's something that will never get built, but that is really cool and actually well engineered. Real thought went into this. To what end, I can't say. This would be as expensive as a moon base to establish, and many millions of dollars every year to maintain and to replenish. I still like to look at it and just rub my face and sometimes my genitals up against the monitor. I just wish desperately that we lived in a world where stuff like this was possible. This looks like what they would have for underwater labs in the Trek universe on Earth. It's unclear exactly how ballasting works. I want to say they lay down a giant cement slab with all the hard points. It's difficult to see exactly how that works. But it looks like something that could be built, and that would be seaworthy. We'll see what comes of it, if anything. Fingers crossed. Do I dare hope? Even though I know I'll just get my hopes up and my heart will be broken again. When you've been at this as long as I have, you learn not to get your hopes up. Underwater projects are announced at the rate of several per year, and like one fraction of 1% of them ever get built. I think I'm going to play some Insound Mind. Some Insane Mind. ESA seems really interested in underwater capability, though. The most recent underwater habitat that was pitched to them that actually did get built was Hydrolab. I have pictures of Hydrolab somewhere. And video, here we go. Hydronaut. Excuse me, I'm stupid. Hydrolab is a different habitat entirely. Hydronaut looks like this. Like I said, it's really well designed inside to make maximum use of space for storage and shelving units and beds. This is what an actual habitat interior looks like if you don't have all the space in the world to throw away on frivolous stuff like physical comfort. And because they knew they'd have a desk here, they moved the porthole down here to be down facing, which was really smart. They made really good use of space and really good positioning of windows. There's only two. They have a vertical trunk though, which I don't know why they did that. Here it is from the outside. I guess just because of the structure imitating a lunar lander. I talked to these guys on and off ever since they started building this thing a fucking decade ago. And they sunk it into a flooded quarry because they're in Czechia, and Czechia doesn't really have access to the ocean, that, to my knowledge. So they're wannabe aquanauts, but they're landlocked. But they have access to a flooded quarry, and they got their dream of establishing their cool underwater base, and what they want to do is sell time and access to the base to the ESA to train astronauts economically. But it's an open question whether the ESA has any interest in buying time aboard this habitat, or if they're just going to build their own. Anyways, In Sound Mind is what we're going to play next. Not that I'm not having fun with Under the Waves. Although it's not really meant to be a fun game exactly. It's meant to be emotionally grueling. Oh, the cat's moved. That's your habitat talk for this evening from Uncle Hamdad. Your weird uncle who won't stop talking about underwater living spaces.
No luck.
Oh, we got fucking knife-wielding mannequins confirmed. Not my fault, I'm a monster. Yeah, it might be true. You have to look behind yourself with it, though. Cat, you up to your old games again? Go on. Hunker down. Hunker down. Hunker down. Hunker down. Be a good girl. Be a good girl. That's a good girl. That's what I like to see. Scratch.
It's a coin slot.
It's hard to see with this light on. Oh yeah, wasn't I don't want to oversimplify it, but a lot of people are saying that CIA admitted to assassinating JFK. I saved myself with a mirror.
For survival, I guess.
A reflection makes her go away. Got it. I don't want to hurt you. I want to date you, ghost lady. You hot goth ghost lady. Why don't you get over here and give me ghost blowjobs? Woo woo! We don't have to be enemies. We can be sweet, sweet lovers. I'm way into what you got going on. You don't got to be ashamed. Ghost women got them boobies. You get it? Boo. You see what I did there? Can't open it. Fuck. Gotta try to not make noise. I'm into it. Stop being all insecure. It's pretty creative. What is this Luigi's Mansion bullshit? Pretty creative gameplay idea. Was this mannequin here a second ago?
It's a few. It's no use.
Don't threaten me with a good time, baby. Kind of thing. Yes, it can hurt me very bad. It's insta-kill. The ghost is insta-kill, but it's scared of its reflection, so I have to do two things. I have to use the mirror in my hand to scare it away when it comes close. I have to lure it to bigger mirrors, like this one, that are single use, that injure it somewhat. Any of y'all ever had interesting experiences with super insecure girlfriends who were just constantly venting their insecurities to you? Like, always talking about how bad they felt that they didn't win the genetic lottery and they could never be the most attractive and they could never have anyone they want. I'm like, that's not something men think about. I mean, incels do, but normal men don't think about that. Or like getting angry at me based on shit she read in a feminist magazine because I'm a man and the magazine made her angry at men. Saying, why do you expect me to be hairless? I'm like, what are you talking about? She showed me an article that said men are pedophiles because they want women to shave, and that's because a shaven woman is more childlike. Like, I never said this. This is something that the magazine told you to make you angry at men so you'll buy more magazines. And she had by this point was in tears and shaved her forearms of all the hair. And I'm like, I didn't tell you to do this. This is something you did entirely on your own. You're a crazy woman. And she would always want to go eat at Taco Bell, but when we got there, she'd order a lot of food and then eat like 1/10 of it and have me eat the rest. Because I guess if I ate more than her, she didn't feel like a fatty. She was never fat. She was a little... She wasn't super twiggy, but she had a good figure. But she was just psyching herself out constantly. It's just constant insecurity. I guess part of it was that she had a mother that looked like a troll, like a troll doll. And I guess it was a glimpse of her genetic destiny. Her father also looked like a troll doll. They looked very much like Scandinavian classical trolls of legend. She was very attractive when I dated her. When we were both 18. Because I waited until I was 18 to do that. Because I was a fucking nerd. We thought I would get arrested otherwise. But I still have lots of positive memories with her. She and I had some good times when she wasn't being crazy. Very sweet girl. Very creative. Very nice boobs. Superb, excellent boobs. I couldn't ask for more.
The door to the east wing is locked. Needs a key.
I want to say they're between B's and C's. They're like high-end B cups. Very nice. The stuff that dreams are made of when you're that age. There's a lot you'll put up with for access to boobs at that age. And also, I guess, emotional fulfillment.
A distraught woman, they called her. Quite the way to say she was out of her mind. You could have helped her. You knew how. But you were too busy looking at her scars, weren't you?
Why does he sound like Bluto? Or Pete from Goof Troop. How's it going, Goof? Can't see shit. Surely the combination should be around here somewhere. That would be narratively correct. This is the place you'd want to hide the narrative, the combo. At least it's a real reflection. The voice acting's weird.
There's no one out there.
I don't even think the writing is the issue. The writing is fine. The voice acting is wacky, though. You know what I want to stream is Dementium the Ward. I don't think it has a remake. Or does it? Is there a Dementium remake? Hold on. I think there's a Dementium 2 remake. It's on Nintendo Switch. So there is a Switch version I could emulate. Yeah. It's pretty good. The sequel is not as good. The sequel is weird. And terribad. Dementium 1 was originally a Silent Hill game, which is why I think it gets the vibe so right. It's a good game. It was really a godsend if you were a survival horror fan and you wanted a portable survival horror game that was not on PSP. PSP had a really good Silent Hill on PSP portable. It came out of nowhere by the same guys who I think did Moon, and it was superb. Ah! You bitch! How dare you? That's not fear you smell, that's my terror turds, which I filled my pantaloons to the brim with. That's actually my stinky cock. You want it? You into that? It's dry. It's so dry like the Sahara, like sandpaper. RE1 was great on DS. That's actually how I first beat it. I never beat it on PS1. Being able to carry it around with me really helped me put in the hours I needed to complete that fucking game. It had a separate map screen, which Resident Evil greatly benefits from. Greatly benefits from it, which is also the inventory screen. I'd go so far as to say if it wasn't for the GameCube remakes, that DS Resident Evil 1 would be the definitive version. I rip on this game a little bit for the goofy voice acting, but I really like it so far. I like the concept, I like the execution. Voice actor's a bit wacky. It's a bit hammy and over the top. That's really my only substantial complaint so far. No jank. Gameplay is good. Puzzles are good.
It's a locked locker. It's no use.
Could I please ask you not to do that? Are you fucking having a giggle, mate? Are you fucking having a giggle? Damn, look at them cheeks, though. Where are you going double cheeked up like that? The bakery? Dun, 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 dun. I wasted so many bullets on these guys. This ticks all the boxes. It's got a nightmarish otherworld realm resembling our own. It's got shadow creatures. What's not to like? It's got a lot of good quality. It just feels a little bit Reddit, you know what I mean? With the vocal flair and the voice actors hamming it up. It feels a little Rick and Morty. Tone that down. Get someone else to do the voice acting. Redub it, and it's a strong 8 out of 10. I like it. It's Great exemplar of the genre. I have nothing really, really bad to say about it. Where's the punch card machine? Oh. There's the ghost lady. 4, 2, 1, 5, 2. 4, 2, 1, 5, 2. Oh, there's only 4 digits. There we go. It's got some Bioshock shit going on. That's a appealing combination of gameplay attributes. Silent Hill plus sanity effects plus Bioshock? Yes, please. This is really growing on me. It really just needs better voice acting, which is an unfortunate place to fall down. It's really trivial, kind of. Maybe I need to just get over it. It's not like you hear him talking all the time. It's a pretty infrequent thing. I think the main voice actor is fine, too. I just think the villain is... I suck your dick. Maybe you're sucking my dick. It's a punch card. Maybe we suck each other's dicks. Am I using Reddit as an adjective too much? You see what I'm talking about, right? I'm not seeing Reddit where Reddit is not present, am I? It legitimately is Reddit-esque. Oh. That's really adorable. That's really... I like that, actually. That's growing on me. As a mechanic. Your helpful little mannequin, bro. Why would he be helping you, though?
I might be able to break this with something.
Some vents breakable, other vents not breakable. Gotcha. So I need to visit Treat Stream because I don't feel good asking for pizzas from you guys when they don't notify me and they're $30 fucking for a pizza. I feel like by this time Treat Stream must incorporate more businesses, and if I could find a way to point the pizza button to Little Caesars, I would feel better for asking for pizza more often because it's $8 a pizza. which is a much more reasonable price. I just have to see if TreatStream has yet partnered with Little Caesars. If I'm a plebeian for liking Little Caesars, then so be it. I like Little Caesars. I think they make a fully acceptable pizza. Where is she? Are those the other mirrors? Does this one look the same? It does look the same. Those must be other mirrors. Is that a TV? Oh, that's an old-ass giant screen TV. Like Short Talk and I were talking about. The rear projection. How do I get over here? Thank you every time anyone's bought me pizza over this thing. But don't do it anymore. After looking into how much it costs you, I'd really prefer to figure out... There's got to be a better way, in other words. There's got to be a better way, and I'm gonna hook it up so that it's cheaper for you to get me treats.
Nothing.
Why would that not open? Why would that not open it? Man, I'm craving some pizza now. With pretzel crust. Pizza's love, pizza's life. Even mediocre pizza can bring you back from the brink of death. It's like IRL health packs. You got a favorite pizza place you eat at? I got a favorite family-owned place I eat at when I'm flush, which is not very often anymore. I used to eat there all the time, though. It's in a little strip mall, but it's owned by actual Italian people. And they make shitty fucking salad in an aluminum foil tray with another one upturned on top of it, which is how you know it's authentic Italian pizza. That the salad is terrible. I used to get white pie from them. Back when Steam It was more lucrative than it is now. What do I do here? I want to at least lure her to this. Do I shoot a shot? Oh.
Nothing.
Oh, the fuse. It's the fuse.
It's a fuse box.
that not work? Where is she? Is it like a place nearby you, or is there a chain pizza that you think is decently good? I would say Domino's is better than Little Caesars. I've said this before, I'll say it again. I stand by that. I'll die on that hill. But it's, they don't cut you deals anymore like they did during COVID. During COVID, you could get a two-topping pie, full size, 14 inches, for $8 carry out. That was a heck of a deal. That'll feed you for 3 days. It's not even $4 a meal. It's $2.32. I can't divide evenly by that, but you know what I mean. Quite economical, actually. Uh-oh. I get it. Come get it, bitch. Gotcha. Oh, you're picky for pizza, huh? What makes them trash? What is a good pizza to you? Was there a key? No, but there was a fuse, wasn't there? Oh no, my big TV! My big TV. That's how they force you to take the fuse out. Very clever. Clever puzzle design. This is well designed game. The writing isn't even bad. It's decent. It's just one voice actor is all I would fix about it. Attic storage. Dinner. Freezer. Fire. Loading bay. Well, it's quitting time. Can we quit and not lose everything?
I need a coin.
Quitting for tonight. At least we know what to do next time if I have to do it over again. I don't think so, though. That was a fun time. Both of these games are growing on me. I've gotten... Every time I try something new, I hate it initially. Because I only see the downsides. But eventually I warm up to it. And my mind conforms itself to the new reality. Little by little. Little cat. Look at her covering her eyes. Look at this cat. Look at this ridiculous cat. I want everyone to see you. The world will love you as much as I do. Little beans. Little chinny chin chin. Let her rub your tummy tum. Oh, you love having your tummy tum. Look at how soft. Look at how soft. want to eat your pizza. I bet you could make bitchin' pizza. It is so soft. There's not even words in the English language for it. She won't tolerate me petting it forever, though. Eventually, she's like, okay, you've had your fill for tonight. More treats and more food. Otherwise, no more belly pettins. Hello, little one. You like this trackball? I've become a trackball Chad, and you didn't even notice. Little Torb fellow, I love you very much. You're so very cute. You're so silly, and I really want to boop your snoot. Little Torb fellow. Look at your fuzzy bottom. You're getting fat. You're getting pudgy. Which is what all girls love to hear of all species. She is, though. She's getting a little bit portly around the midsection. Wonder if I should get her an exercise wheel. Oh, she's being a lap cat now. Guess that's my cue to sign off for the evening and go cuddle in bed with my cat. Or not. Sit down. I don't want to spray her because I don't want to be mad. It's almost prime cuddle time. She gets under the covers with me, so I don't want her to be wet for that. I want to get her fur all nasty, so she has to lick it out. These are the considerations of being a cat. Anyway, thank you for joining me. I had a great time, especially with Insound Mind. I need to focus more on playing that next time. There's been stuff I have a list now on Google Documents of games to stream. There's a bunch that I picked up and I put down too quickly. I never came back to them. I need to circle back to them sooner rather than later. But I feel like I have to also stick to something substantial as the nucleus of the stream. Like a main, well-known game has to be the nucleus of the stream, and everything else is just side content for like a variety hour. So I'm going to continue streaming mostly Under the Waves as the primary content until I've finished that. But I'm also going to play a little bit of Insound Mind and a little bit of whatever else I've been playing recently on the side here and there. That's my plan for now going forward. And catch more of that on Wednesday. Same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood Ham Todd signing off, returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time. I love you.